Hello, happy Tuesday. What are we working on today? Is a question that I need to ask myself. I have a couple of stuck trains. We're going to check on those. I left myself... I think all of these are things that need tech, right? Like Scrondrix is a tech that we need to get to. For Scrondrix 2, yeah. Same with Dingrits. Okay, but I could prioritize those over... Well, no, these take PySci 3. Whoops. I don't know if we're making PySci 3 consistently enough yet that I can... Yeah, no. But why not? What are we missing? We're currently missing gas bladders. How much do we have? Almost enough for a train load. So very soon we'll be able to actually turn PySci 3 on. But... yeah, Fanyachts are still stalled on Bodos. Oh, right, we were having nuclear issues. I remember. And we did fix the nuclear issues. I had something that was wrong here. I don't remember what. It may have just been this. The scrubbers were wrong for clearing out the Purex concentrate and antimony phosphate, and therefore we weren't making plutonium. Although we have plenty of 239. And the 239 is what feeds fuel rods, right? Yeah. Okay, we have plenty of fuel rods. So Bodos should be okay. They are presently okay. That's right, we expanded Bodos. I remember now. Ooh, and I maybe need to throw another inserter down here. That is barely keeping up, maybe technically not keeping up. Okay, but with Bodos, the Fanyachts should turn back on. And I think we're going to be okay there. I would really love to see PySci 3 running consistently. That would make me happy. Science is stalled entirely, which means something other than PySci 3 is broken. Oh, we're out of VatBrain cartridges. Cool, it worked. We're out of VatBrain cartridges because we're not getting enough brains? That's not the right thing. Over here? We are making them. Yeah, just not super quickly. We expect to be not making enough of them right now because we switched science over to a new setup that uses a lot more vat brains. In theory, 4 times as many vat brains. So we pushed our prod much higher on science, which is good, but we're not making vat brains fast enough. So I think... Do I have the Gene Lab Mark II? Do. Let's take a look at that in YAFC real quick. I don't think we need any of these things right now. I'm hoping I don't need any of these things right now anyway. Vatbrain cartridge 1 and 2. So yeah, we're currently making 0.1 a second. We need 0.4 a second if we want to... Yeah, 2 Gene Lab Mark IIs would be enough. And do the same thing here. 2 Gene Lab Mark IIs. Okay. I feel like we should just do this, and obviously I need to change the setup of the Mark IIs so that stuff comes in on belts. But that's easy enough to fix. And if we go back to the game... yeah, Mark 1s are easy enough. Yeah, I'll just need to adjust where the end of this thing that cleans the goop off the belt, where that goes. Okay. So yeah, we'll get 4 of the Mark II Gene Labs. I mean, I guess I could stick to the Mark 1s and just make it a slightly bigger build, but you know what? We'll use the more compact ones. Let's get that request in at the mall. We're going to need 2 of those for each step. There's 1 on the way, apparently. Which probably means that those are already allowed. Yeah, the Mark IIs are already allowed. Beautiful. Let's figure out what's going on with these trains. First train is stuck. One is stuck behind another one. And it's stuck because... Eh? How did this happen? Our request is minus 70. Our threshold is 25,000, which is a train's worth. How does this happen? This feels like it should have been impossible. Because it's not like there's that much extra. 14 times 21.4? I mean, plus the 400 in here. So yeah, it's like 700 extra. How do we end up with 700 extra hydrogen chloride? I don't know, but I gotta go fix it. That's not too far from here, at least. And fortunately, I think both of those trains are stuck in the same spot, so... I was trying to think if it would have been possible that, like... when the previous train left, the pump here hadn't finished draining this pipe. So we were sitting at like 26,000 free or whatever, and then we drain the pipe and suddenly we're at just under 25,000 and we get a little bit left over. Is that possible? It certainly seems possible. But it is fixed now. Yeah, almost certainly that's what happened. It's the fluid that was in the pipe. And it dispatched another hydrogen chloride train before this drained. Interesting. I don't know how to fix that. Well, I kind of know how to fix that, right? We can account for it. We've got 5... Call it 14. Each pipe can hold how much fluid in itself? 100? So if I subtract, like, 1,500 from all of my requests, instead of requesting 70,000, we request, like, 68,500. That should work. I don't know. But yeah, boron was broken, and that's going to break other things. Fortunately, I don't think neodymium magnets is really a major thing right now with PySci 3. Like, I think everything else is doing fine. Oh yeah, we have so many neodymium magnets. So breaking boron, breaking neodymium ferroboron is not... Yeah, we're doing fine. It'll catch back up. We have enough other issues with PySci 3 that I'm not worried about that having been blipped temporarily. Are Fenyachts running again? Fenyachts are running again. That is good. That is a weird number of... Oh, here we go. They are actively being... Ooh. That's bad. Something's broken. Oh, if we're doing Fenyachts and Scrondrix and Dingrits simultaneously, the system gets a little bit sad. Who'da thunk? Alright, what's this mostly empty one? That is fish and ants. And then we have one side of this one for Zeiss, and the other side of that one is these guys. Okay. These ones have a belt unto themselves. That is correct. Do I need another belt? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Is I need another belt? I mean, it seems like the Scrondrixes did finish up. The Dingrits don't run that quickly. Yeah, I might want to give Fenyachts a dedicated belt instead of sharing it with Scrondrix and Dingrits. Although these have managed to turn themselves back on, so that's good. And they are catching up on their backlog. Yeah, okay. Something to think about. If that doesn't happen very often, then I don't know if I really want to mess with it. I also could potentially just upgrade that whole segment to a red belt. And that would probably give us a little bit more headroom. Really, I need to look at our like peak throughput from all of our different animals and handle all of the routing appropriately. What's the best way to where I want to go? I think we'll go this way. It's really too bad I can't prod the vat brain cartridges, but I guess that would be a little too much. We're already prodding making science and consuming science. All right, first things first, the Mark 1s. And that should be nice and easy. So that's 4 times faster. Next. Yeah, and these have a thing. They only request when there's room. Yeah, and we do have plenty of Vat Brain Mark 1s backed up, so that is good. I mean, it's not really good because it means we haven't been getting brains delivered here to make Mark 2s, but you know what? Whatever. This we need to change. I'm just using up the fluids. They're kind of expensive. No sense wasting them, especially the fetal serum. All right, so for Vat Brain Mark 2s, we're going to have 6 a second brains, which is like 3 of these guys. And we will combine those with what? Doesn't really matter. I guess the Navens. And then we also need glass at 0.8 a second. I'm going to change this just because I don't really like the way this is getting laid out. So these guys are brains. That'll be Navens. And then here we'll have glass. There we go. Now this will feed into 2 of these guys. Fat Brain Mark IIs. Because each of these needs, 3 a second brains plus the other stuff off that belt. So we are going to go a little silly with the inserters. There we go. I think that works. And then at this end, we do need to have a filtered output for jerky. There we go. Now we just hook up our pipes. What am I missing? Oh, the Vat Brain Mark 1s. I forgot that I also need those in this whole setup. That's fine. Between glass and Vat Brain Mark 1s, yeah, that's only 0.6 items a second off of that belt. That's plenty. Cool. And then each of these has an output. It's only 0.2 items a second. That's fine. Only thing I need to do is filter jerky if we get any. Just like I do a lot of the time with this, we will feed any jerky right back into here, and then it can be taken care of through the output. There's no need to route a dedicated jerky belt anywhere. There's space in here for it. All right, that has hopefully improved our ability to make these. Obviously, we are dependent on how many brains we have, and I don't know if we actually have enough brains to run these at full speed, but the Mark 1s will stop running once they're backed up. Once this row fills up, it'll stop requesting brains. So in theory, any asymmetry in brain delivery, this won't request brains if we don't have Mark 1s. And this won't request brains if we have too many Mark 1s. So they'll auto-balance themselves as far as how they request brains to keep the system running. And we have never had a brain decay here, which is good to see. All right, I think that's Vat Brain Mark 2s. How is slaughtering going here? Uh-oh, we have backed up again. We have fully backed up. What broke? Oh. Hello, skin. That's not good. All right, well, the skin void isn't backed up. Well, it's backed up, but it's not full. Like, we're consuming the lead ore. So we could make this faster. Wait. Look at that, it's only been running at half speed the whole time. So yeah, each of these is 4.2. With 10 of them, it would be... $14. Right now we're at 8.4. Okay. So yes, we could put another like 10 of these on here. This has 8. That would get us to 14 a second. If I put 2 more, that's 16 a second. Obviously, the output belt can only do so much as well. Is it 1-to-1? I didn't actually look that closely. No, it's less than that. Well, this should help, now that it can run twice as quickly. We'll see if that's enough. There should be a train on the way now. Yeah. Hey, Jay Drifter. Good to see you. We are, I mean, stuff's broken, but that's normal. What else can I do with skin other than more lead ore? Biocranes. There's this glycerol recipe that I haven't been using. I don't know if I need it. VOTS. Fatty acids from skin and middle processed lard. Fish food. I could turn them into xenogenic cells. That's always an option. Always need more xenogenic cells. That is an interesting honeycomb recipe. Is this supposed to be the upgrade from just using straight Ulrichs? Is to add meat and skin and Navins? That seems expensive when I can just add more Ulrichs. We make collagen, but not enough of it, obviously. Lead ore is our current void. Alien bacteria cycle uses skin. $40 saddles simultaneously? What do you use saddles for? Ulrich, well, nothing. We don't use them for anything. Okay, good to know. Yeah, that's a disabled recipe. Saddles are a turd upgrade. Okay. Yeah, nothing is jumping out at me as like stuff that I should be doing with my skin. So I think the lead ore is fine. We just have to make sure we have enough processing capacity. Which, now that we've got it running at actual full speed, and I can drop these extra machines in too. But, like, we're using the lead ore. It's getting used in favor of mining for lead, so, like, that's fine. I think this is just going to take a little while to catch up on all the backlog because it wasn't running correctly until just minutes ago when I fixed it. Yeah, and there's still a lot of crap that's backed up on these belts because this was all backed up, so it's going to take a minute for everything to really to really get itself back into shape. But yeah, we can see this belt is running more, well, almost running more consistently. Ooh, we are almost ready for our next batch of science, though. That'll be exciting. I would really love to see these running consistently enough that I don't have to keep checking them. Soon. But yeah, running the Scrondrixes at the same time as these guys is not really ideal, and it's causing me problems. So I think I'm gonna have to add another belt. Another belt, another layer of the great, ridiculous filtering machine. I guess the other option, instead of adding another belt, and I was saying this earlier, is to just upgrade this belt to a red belt, starting, like, here. And that would give us a lot more throughput through the whole section. Basically make it the same as this one. Although this one is also a this is a stacked red belt from my AUG slaughter. I literally don't know how to get more stuff out of AUGs. Wow, we're like we're pulling through so much meat right now. That's less than ideal. I guess I could switch this to stack inserters on the input instead of blues. That would probably help. Yeah, well, this is definitely a problem. This backed up belt, so I have to do something. And this backed up belt is also a problem. Even though it is presently not backed up, it has been backed up, and it will continue to be a problem. So let's go make some adjustments. Let's see if we can get things running just a little bit smoother. Alright, so first things first, when we merge these two, it's more than one belt when they're both running full speed. So, that's not what I wanted to do. I swear I have in the past clicked on undergrounds with normal red belts and it has upgraded them. Am I losing my mind? Does it only work when you're dragging? So if I drag, upgrades. If I click, replaces. Got it. Oh, and now I can't be dragging it because the things were already there. Factorio, that's weird and awkward. What is going on? Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, all of these are the wrong way. Because apparently the bottom half is... The bottom one is different from all the other ones. All the other ones exit on the left. This one exits on the right. So I copied literally the only thing I couldn't copy. Skin is backed up again. Skin is backed up again. We'll look into that. Meat is actually doing okay now. But it's not going to do okay forever. So let's just upgrade... these guys. And then hold, set filter. Cool. And skin is still a problem. Let's grab the rest of the atomizers to at least get that upgraded to a full belt of processing capacity. Oh, and I've got a bunch in storage anyway. So yeah, we will scale up the skin to lead to handle a full belt. If we end up with more than a belt of skin production, then like we literally, well, I guess a lot of it is stacked. Yikes, that's a lot of skin. Maybe instead we need to, if I double this though, that is a lot of output. Let's look at this real quick. So yeah, 20 of these is just about a belt. I mean, if I switch them to the Mark IIs, we can double that. That's only 20 a second lead ore. That's not, like, really 2 belts. And, like, we should do this. Handle a full belt in properly. Alright, so yeah, 22 atomizer Mark IIs. And get ourselves, like, 2 belts a second of lead ore. Because, like, I think we're pulling in 2 or 3 belts of lead ore anyway into lead processing, right? I mean, this requests as much as can be provided to it. What is it saying? 2 belts, 30 a second. Yeah. Although we're not really running at quite full speed here, I don't think. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the full... Where am I? Instead of these... Let's do the Mark IIs. Do I have Mark IIs in the allow list? That's an interesting question. I don't. I don't even have the Mark Is in the allow list. Okay. Do the Mark IIs need anything weird that I don't have? No, not really. So that'll get those going. That is fine. How are we on gas bladders? We should have a bunch that are still... Yeah. This is the problem with this setup, is it starts to get to the end of its batch and then it slows down significantly. I could fix that. Do I want to fix it? How many of these do we have? 10? That's effort. And, like, it's fine. We make extras. I did scale up fan yachts, and I did scale up gas bladder processing here. Which means that, yes, it's slowing down at the end, but we will still make them in time for the next science. The next time science needs a batch, I think. We're going to have to keep an eye on it, but I think I've done that right, especially now that we fixed the issue from last week with the wrong fan yacht recipe. So fingers crossed that is working correctly now. It's really tempting to go in here and start ripping up all of our old power plants and stuff. And just convert ourselves entirely over to the molten salt, because it uses so much less space. I doubt we're done here. No, we have one? Only one? Really? Yeah, here they come. I was just a little too fast. The bots are arriving with all of this stuff now. So while we're waiting for that, what else has been causing us issues? Is there anything else that is a blocker on high side? I don't think so. Until we're getting consistent delivery of gas bladders, it's hard to verify the rest of the decay stuff there. Nanofibrils are not ready for another delivery yet. Probably because we're not making propeptides. Yeah. And that is all waiting on Dingrit spikes. Which are... How are we doing on Dingrit spikes? I mean, okay. That looks like we may have gotten a delivery of them at some point relatively recently. But, oh, Nanofibrils doesn't have collagen. Oh, no, it doesn't have chitosan. It's not making collagen because it's out of chitosan. Collagen decays. That is fine, then. So yeah, we're not making nanofibrils because we don't have chitosan. We don't have chitosan because we have lots of nanofibrils left, though. Well, we have some nanofibrils left. But one nanofibril goes to 3 pi 3, so we'll be fine there. Anyway, yeah, the chitosan needs more mutant enzyme, and the mutant enzyme is going to be the propeptides, and the propeptides are going to be the Dingrit spikes. Yeah. And, like, in theory, I've got the right... Oh, no, this isn't Dingrit spikes. It's sea sponges. Ooh, okay, something else is broken. Interesting. Yeah. This just died. This fully died on me. Oh, we don't have Zogna. Well, that'll do it. I mean, one, we should allow multiple trains here, but... Didn't I scale up Zogna recently? Wasn't that a thing? Didn't we do some stuff with Zogna? Well, that's wrong. How did I do that? All right. Well, we'll fix that. That's like right next to where we're going for the skin to lead void. Somehow I screwed up this filter. So we are putting logs into the coal furnace. So Zogna's been broken. Two more of these. And then hopefully... To actually fix Sea Sponge, though, I need to wait until it gets a delivery of Zogna, and then I need to come over here. I think the sponge... Yeah, the sponge sprouts decay. So I need to make sure that we only... Oh, and some of these are filtered wrong, too, so this ended up putting decay product out here. Okay, yeah, there's some fixes to do here. But until I get the Zogna, there's no sense feeding sponge back into the sponge sprouts, because they'll just decay on the belt again. Oh... So, what's the best way to go over there? There isn't really a good way. At some point, I just need to accept that it is not respecting the terrain and make myself a little road through here anyway. Because that would be a much more direct path from a lot of the sort of center of mass of the base to the mall area. Ooh, science is running like full speed. 2.8-ish a second, I believe, is our fully prodded science rate. Let's do Zogna first, because this is an easy fix. Literally just stand here and drain this belt. Oh, I'm still holding on to a bunch of weird stuff in my inventory. That's fine. Most of it'll just decay. And over here... Yeah, 1.4 plus fuel. I'm going to run these all on 2, I think. Honestly, you know what? Let's just switch it all over to... I think the output is fine at 2 a second. or at 1 a second with hand size. Although we do need to upgrade that to a red belt. And I should probably make this a bulk station. But input-wise, I want to give these all 1.4 plus fuel. Yeah, we'll do blues. And I do want one more row of these. There we go. That should do the trick. And then down here, as soon as this train is loaded, I think we will make this a high throughput station. Change my mind. Let's just do blue guys. Cool. This should be able to run significantly more now. Yeah, and these can actually run more than... in total, more than half a belt on one side. Yeah, 15.4 instead of 15. So we should see, once these catch up with the little bit of backlog that's on the belt, the machines at the end don't quite run full time. Alright, hopefully we have enough demand for lead ore that this works. I was going to say, there should already be something coming for those brains. And there is. Interesting to see science blipping that much. Is that just a matter of having trouble? Yeah, it's just a matter of having trouble keeping everything... And maybe we just need to add more to the... what am I trying to say? Add more to the sushi belt loop so that more is available more consistently, but... There we go. Now they're all running. It's hard to judge if the sushi belt loop is correct when I don't have the top tier science pack actually running yet. Speaking of, no. Do we have the gas bladders? Oh, very close. Okay. We're waiting for the last dozen gas bladders to make their way. There we go. This is the last one happening right now. And then how close are we to the next delivery of Fainéants? Okay, very close. And this is what I expected. I know that I did scale these up more, so they are being made faster than necessary, which is good because we really didn't account for any of them decaying or anything initially. Bodos are still not keeping up, which I also kind of expected because, and I talked about this last week, we use Bodos in this calmodulin binding mutant peptide, and like that's trying to buffer, and it's just sucking down Bodos much more quickly than normal while it's doing that. But I do have Bodos tech on my list of things to do once we have Pi 3, behind Scrondrix and Dingrits and New Clara power. Then we finally have the Bodos upgrade. All right, it has been an hour, so I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ad break. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to get some water during the break. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as humans. And when we are back, I don't know. I'm going to let this run, and we'll see what breaks, I think is the thing to do. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Welcome back. I just saw, as I was sitting down at my computer as the ad was finishing up, the gas bladders are here, which means all of these should have turned on. Yes. So all of the decayable things are starting to make their way into the system. Why are you turned off? Because you think that there is enough Degasium in the loop? Yeah, and Paragen for that matter, but yes, Degasium. Cool. So as soon as we start to get... Yep, the gas bladder's into the loop. This should turn back on. And then it'll loop around to where the Negasium and the Paragen are, and as soon as it pulls some of that, this should turn on. Yes. Yep, and it turns itself off again. Cool. All right, this seems like it's working. I mean, it's not fast, but it is working. All right. Cool. We will keep an eye on that, broadly speaking. Science is a little slow again. Are we still having issues keeping all of the science packs fed? Yeah, we are. And I could definitely, could increase the number in the loop, but I'm not sure if that's the right fix or not. Because, the loop is significantly larger now that it comes past this station, and we're not using this station yet, but we will need it soon. As soon as we go for our next science pack beyond PySci 3, we're going to need that next station. So, I do want to make sure that we account for the loop coming over this way. And I can. We can go bigger. Let's do 30. 60. 90. 180. 300. And 600 of these in the loop. And, like, they're all going to run perfectly during this initial phase where it first just loaded a bunch of the things onto the belt. But the question is, do we have enough on the belt that it, like, all works correctly and consistently? I also could try the, like, side-loading sushi belt thing. Like, at the end of the game, there's 11 science packs. But this would leave... Well, I mean, sort of. I was going to say it would leave a lot of the, leave a lot of the belt open if we treat it as reading a 2-belt segment, so 16 slots. I mean, it does seem like we're starting to spread out some of the science packs a little better than they were before. We're seeing more blues and greens go past this section sometimes, and that's good. So they might spread out a little more, but I'm concerned that there's too many items on the belt now for... too many items in the loop now for when we start adding more of the science pack types. Because, like, we're already a lot of items in here. Oh! Ooh, 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 look at that! It's Pi-Sci 3! I think let's try it. Let's try doing this with the side-loading setup. I know I've had some issues with that setup. But let's try it. Let's see if we can get the throughput we need. And then we'll go from there. The other thing I should think about is which sciences go to which stations, and maybe we should think about that now. How many come into this station? 6? Yeah, well, it's going to be 6 into one station and 5 into the other, so it's basically 50-50. So I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go refactor science a little bit. One more time. Let's see if we can get it running a little more consistently. The other thing I could do is, I mean, I guess we're going to have, with 11 sciences, call it 12. That's six belts. Is it reasonable to feed 6 belts into this, though? Not really. These are only 5 wide. So if I wanted to feed the column from the top, we have 5 columns. All right, let's, I'm just gonna start cleaning up. We're gonna redo the whole sushi belt, so we'll pull everything out. I think I don't want to rely on checking the input stations. Let's just rely on checking the sushi belts, which will also mean this part of the belts. No, I don't like that. We'll measure it from down here. So if we run out to this splitter, we'll turn off, and I think that's good enough. Yeah. Otherwise, I have to make sure that both of these belts, I have to have an and in here somewhere, and that's more effort than I want to go to. Next, we've got to handle each of our pairs of outputs. So automation and PySci1. Logistics. Logistics and PySci2. Chem and PySci3. All right. Automation. Logistics and chem. And then each of these is measuring 2 tiles, not just one. So that we have a grand total of 8 slots on each side of the belt. And we're only using 3 of those, and the other ones will get used by the second station when we switch over to it. All right. What is next? These. And then I need to do these. Enable when automation It's less than 1. All right, Pi-Sci 1, 2, 3 are 3 other science packs. And then the sushi belt needs to come up and around. And this might have to be a red belt to move the items past fast enough. We will science that. And then we are going to have literally the same thing over here. Except obviously this is going to end up being different science packs, but that doesn't really matter. For now, we just have to make sure that the loop is closed. Oh, really? That one spot. Okay. That should be the loop. Obviously, this side we're going to have to reconfigure when we bring in the new science packs that are going to go over there. In theory, we can hook this up, though. My question is, are we going to be pulling through at 1/8 of a yellow belt? Are we going to be pulling through enough, like, Pi-Sci or enough of, like, automation science, really, is the one I'm most concerned about. Hold all belts. Yeah, and all this checks is that we have them on the belt, which is maybe I should check it from, like, here. And that way, if we run out, like... Because if the belt is running, like, very, very low, there could be one all the way over here, but we're still wasting vat brain cartridges because it's not cycling through and running the machines. These guys all need hand size 1. That's... So yeah, it does seem like my concern about getting enough, like, Logi Science packs, and maybe even Pi 1, is being borne out. I don't think it was actually an issue with Undergrounds. I think an issue with not having the inputs be correctly saturated that was causing items to get misaligned. But I pretty much just figured it out with... How did I figure it out? What are the bees doing? I don't remember. I did not end up using two-belt... I did end up using two-belt scan. So yes, that is what I ended up doing, was scanning... Interestingly, scanning a belt back instead of a belt forward. But yeah, that worked out here. It's still running. And here we have no choice but to do two-belt scan because we're going to have too many science packs once we have the second station in the loop. But yeah, I do think we're going to need some extra... We're going to need more PySci 1. Or sorry, more... It looks like automation is the one that's a problem. Alright. So I'm going to set this to 2. And we should have plenty of space in the loop for that, because there's only, what was the total again? Like 11 science packs, 12 science packs. And we have 16 total slots. I just have to remember that I'm using an extra slot on that side of the belt. 11, yeah. So we have 5 extra slots, so even if we have to push some of the lower science packs to even higher throughput amounts, we'll still have space. Yeah, we might need even a third slot for that. And like once we get enough of that to saturate this, we're going to start to see that we also probably need to increase like PySci 1 a little bit too. Yeah, it's trying. It has built its way up to this one. But yeah, I don't really see PySci 1 making it past ever. And we don't even fully have automation saturated, so I think I'm going to need a second tile of PySci 1. Oh no, we do have a little PySci 1 squeaking through. Okay. Maybe we're good. I see 8 of these running. Science is... Oh, look at that. Oh, we peaked at 30. That's an artifact of the way prod works, by the way, where enough of them like hit their prod chance simultaneously. It's not our actual average SPM. This is a much more reasonable number. 27, 28, I think, is what I calculated as being the average with 4 of these. I do see a little bit of automation science squeaking through the loop every once in a while. Don't really see any PySci 1. Yeah, I think another lab speed upgrade, and I'm going to have to increase our throughput again. But right now, this seems to be running pretty consistently. Can I stack? I could stack it. Yeah, that would be an option too, would be to switch to stack inserters. But we don't need that much science bandwidth, right? Like I said, we only have 11 or 12 science packs, whatever the number is. We have 16 slots if we're measuring 2 belts, and I could measure 3 belts if I really want to. And like if we need more total throughput through the loop, I can always upgrade this whole system to red belts. So I think we're good. This seems to be running. Seems like, yeah, as the blue and green science comes through, we're not putting too many extras of any of the science packs in at inopportune times. This seems good. Yeah, and we have all 8 of these running. Yeah. That's so much more consistent than I think we've ever seen science run. And like realistically, once we start running stuff that requires PySci 3, it's not just going to have the extra science pack in the requirements, it's also going to be a longer crafting time, right? Well, that's a bad example. Wait, no. 120 seconds x 900 and 180 seconds by 900, yeah. And that longer crafting time, well, yes, 50% longer crafting time, but also twice as many automation science packs needed, so maybe it ends up being more automation science needed than... I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. And then I think I am going to do what I was saying earlier. We're going to hold all belts on these ones instead of here. And what that says is instead of watching this for the sushi belt to run dry of any of our science packs, we will watch for our input to run dry of any science packs. And that way we don't end up in a situation where it's like, yeah, we totally still have that in the sushi belt, but there's just like one of them drifting around the loop and not doing anything useful. I would rather turn off ahead of time. Okay. I think this is good. Oh, yeah, that's so much more consistent than it's ever been. All right, I'm happy with that. How is PySci 3 doing? Is it running consistently enough that we can... I mean, we've used up probably like half of the gas bladders so far. Oof. Yeah, we've ended up with a lot of Negasium in the loop, which is what I was kind of concerned about. But, like, in theory, it should start to decay. It's just a fairly long decay time on the Negasium. It does seem like we still have plenty of space on the belt for it, though. So, like, I'm not worried, really, yet. More of it is... Ooh. Is that what I want? Do I want to be reading? Yes, I do. More of it is backing up in the loop than I thought would, but maybe that's because I did my math wrong before, and that's why my other attempts weren't working right. Maybe it really does need to have this much backed up. All right. The question is, do we have enough science running consistently enough for me to swap my research away from just catching up on random stuff that I don't need to doing researches that I want? Let's find out. Let's do Scrondrix. I also wanted the Dingrits were on my to-do list. After that, it was just straight up nuclear power, which is really just because nuclear power is on the path to Bodos. We spent a bunch of time looking through nuclear power in YAFC last week, and it doesn't seem all that useful. Unfortunately. So yeah, once we're done with... Well, actually, I don't really need this. This is just running in the background for the sake of running in the background. So let's kill it, and let's see how the system does running... Yeah, so this takes 50% longer. So we expect to go down to like 2/3 of our previous science cap. Just because it's a slower tech. And it does look like maybe my concern was correct, even though it takes 50% longer because it uses twice as much Logi-Psi. We need more Logi-Psi in the loop. I keep saying Logi when I mean automation, and I don't know why. Automation-Psi in the loop. I'm going to push this one up to 2 as well. And let's see if that is enough that it can keep up. There we go. I see automation and Pi-Psi 1 getting passed down this chain now. So that is good. Yeah, it's all turning on. I think we'll be good. Well, maybe. Maybe not. Are we only going to be running 7 out of 8 machines here? No, nope, there we go. It caught up. It caught up. It took a little while, but it is catching up. Yeah, and once this one can start to actually build up a buffer, it'll be fine. Sweet. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, so we're already using 5 out of 8 on this side and 4 out of 8 on this side. Which, like, does not bode well for adding more stuff later, although Again, we can upgrade all this to red belts. We can increase our throughput if we have to. And then, yeah, we do have a little bit of the occasional automation science making it past the loop, which is exactly what we want, right? We want to see just every once in a while the most consumed one, and that means that we're pushing just a little bit more than enough at this end. All right, I'm happy with that. And yeah, this is going to be our new... If we were at 30-ish, just under 30 before, science takes 50% longer. We expect to be just about 2/3 of that, so just under 20. So 19 SPM looks correct for the new techs. It's not fast. How much can we sustain? If we check this in YAFC, we look at Pi Science Pack 3, 0.24 a second. Okay, that's only like 15 SPM. So we are gonna run... We're gonna run out of Pi Sci 3. So science will be blipping on and off at our current processing rate. We're consuming too much of it. Which is normal. 15 SPM at 300% with VATS, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. So, plenty. Because this 20 SPM is including the VATS. Oh, so that's like 40. So we could sustain like 40 SPM? Is that right? Wow, VATS are overpowered. Yeah, 2/3 of our science is VATS. Speaking of VATS, I'm just going to drop this one off over here. How is the Skin Void doing? The Skin Void is backed up. Awesome. The Skin Void is backed up because... Oh, shoot. Because I made a mistake. When I rebuilt that station, I did not flag it as high priority. So lead has likely been pulling from the lead mine because that station is closer. And the like default way that CyberSyn prioritizes is distance. Ugh. All right. I'm glad I caught that. Is this all messed up? Yeah, it is. But yeah, this is pulling through... I mean, definitely not 2 whole belts, but, well, maybe. Because this is quad stacked, right? So if we're pulling through a belt that's quad stacked, that's 2 whole belts. Okay. And this should be set to request, yeah, a full input warehouse. Yeah, multiple trains with this stop, and one of them is here already. Good. Just trying to make sure that this was going to get... Ooh, let's also do this. That's important, too, to making sure that this empties correctly. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And then, yeah, we're going to go through Pi Sci 3s very slowly. Yeah, I think we're going to be, since I forgot to account for the prod, since we make plenty of Pi 3, I think our limiting factor is largely going to be vat brain cartridges. Which obviously are broken right now because the skin void was broken. Maybe I should fix this to be a bulk station. That's... I mean, I've made so many of the other ones bulk stations. Just because we're pushing potentially a lot of skin into this simultaneously. Although, you know, when it's not backed up, is it really that much of a big deal? Yeah, this is jittery because it's... just because of how backed up it is, it's pushing way more skin and bones through than normal. I mean, I could make these ones red belts if we need to. It looks like it's bones more than skin that is sort of the issue here. But I don't know if that's an artifact of this having been backed up, or if it is... Yeah, skin and bones probably both deserve to be bulk stations, and they probably both deserve red belts all the way down to their selves. Oh, do I want to do that now? No, but I'm going to do it now anyway, or else I'll forget. All right, this needs the void logic restored. Skin stacks to 100, skin stacks to 100, yeah. Alright, so that will be able to get stuff out of here much more quickly. And then let's do the same thing for bones. Cool. That should work better. Yeah, and this is not backed up anymore. Everything is moving through here fine. In theory, we've got like 4 yellow belts squished into 1 red belt, but none of these should ever be like full, only partly full. Especially since we split lard off early now. Oop, meat is a problem. I mean, we have lots of trains coming here. I think because everything was backed up, I just dumped a bunch of meat into this, like, all at once. And it's... The trains have been dispatched. They're on their way. So hopefully it doesn't stay backed up. Well, I don't love that there's only 1 more train coming with how much meat I'm seeing on these belts, but is this from Augs? Yeah, this is Augs. I mean, we made a dent in it. I mean, it's hard to tell because it's not well sorted for whatever reason. But we did make a dent in it. There's just a lot of meat coming into here. The whole base is actually running right now, which is wild and doesn't happen very often. Like, literally almost every animal is being processed right now. Except fish. Fish are the only thing. Is that because we are... Yeah, we're backed up on fish oil. So this is like the stress test of animal processing with everything running at once. And so far, it's kind of failing. I could scale this up. I could scale this up to red belts. There's plenty of space here, though. This is like 3 trains worth of space. Is this a bulk station? Yeah, this can be allowed more trains simultaneously. Yeah, I think this was backed up for so long When this is really backed up, it tends to output in, like, waves of one item because... Yeah. Just because one of these inserters will be running all the time and it'll block the path for other ones. But it looks like we may have had a meat backup, which we are now past and are now working our way through the guts backup, which is good. Yeah, we're working our way through the guts now. So I think that might be why meat was looking so bad, was that we had let it back up so long. And now it's probably a little more stable. Maybe a little more stable. We're still struggling here. Why is there only one train issued to... No, I guess there's only space for one train. Okay. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and as soon as this starts to back up, this whole thing gets screwy fast. Yep. And this is going to start to get screwy fast again. All right, well... I might have to double the meat void. Yeah, this is going to take a minute to catch back up on clearing out its buffer, which it will do. I mean, yeah, we're already cleared out, and we're back to trying to drain the guts. But I'm concerned that the meat is still way overflowed. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to upgrade this to handle a little more throughput. It seems like the jerky is getting used consistently, so if I upgrade these to, like, 2... Maybe just stack these yellow belts on the output and drop a couple more gas furnaces on each one, and then do a red belt of output. That's probably fine. I think that's fine. All right, we'll do that when we come back from the next ad break then. It has been another hour, which means that it is time to get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings while Twitch runs the ad that it insists on adding. And when we're back from that, we'll scale up this meat to jerky just a little bit, and hopefully that will have animal processing running a little bit more smoothly. I will see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I was just double checking sponges during the ad break, and they did get Zogna, so I should be able to turn sponges back on as well. So I'm going to swing by sponges on the way back to the mall. I will pick up the furnaces that I need, and I can scale up the meat to jerky void. And we'll figure out what else is broken after that, because there's always something. Alright, so sea sponge. There's a couple of things wrong with this. One is not all of these are correctly filtered on their outputs. There we go. It looks like along the bottom they are all correctly filtered to output the quartz, though. I'm going to change it to just do this instead of using a splitter there. A little clearer, and drop some sponges in here, and this should be able to restart itself. Why? I shouldn't have to... I guess what I should do is I should hook this up to a combinator that checks if we have muddy sludge and Zogna. That is the fix. Decider. What is this actually called? Just check. All right. is greater than 0. Okay. So this should no longer try to make sprouts if we don't have the appropriate fluids. Then the other thing I can do is we can buffer a few more sponges on this side of the loop. Maybe just like a stack of them. And that should keep... Between those two changes, this shouldn't get itself into a state where I need to manually fix it again. Like, this will turn off, we will have a larger buffer of sponges, therefore, when it does finally get its fluids again, it'll just work. Alright. I'm calling that reasonable. Let's head to the mall. I should have the things requested for scaling up the meat to jerky processing. And then after that, I'm not sure. Like I said, we'll have to see what else we can find that is broken around the base. How did this... Oh, I accidentally... Oh, well. Oh, and I have a bunch of science in my inventory from readjusting the science build. I should drop that off, too. Since we're going back that way, where is the meat to jerky void? Oh, way down there. Okay. And I believe I've already done the design work in YAFC for the Scrondrix upgrade. I'll double check that when we're done with these fixes. Make sure that we are all set for the Scrondrix and Dingrit changes. And then Bodo's... I believe I did do the design work for as well. Bodos are the only ones we really need. The Scrondrix and Dingrit upgrades are just nice-to-haves. But we are not making enough Bodos, and they're very expensive. So we do want to stay on top of the tech for those. So here, first things first, this is all wrong. And then I want these guys to be set to set filter. That way they empty their hand when there is nothing in front of them. Good. Now on this side, we are going to double up. Oh, and of course, I'll deal with that in a second. lane balance, anything coming out of the output there. And then this gets upgraded to a red belt through the middle. So red belt out. And then these need enough capacity. Yeah. All right. These are going to have to be stacked, I think, because I don't think I have enough slots to do not stacked. There we go. And this should probably get made into a high throughput station, actually. And this also needs void logic on it. Cool. And that way, if this does back up and overflow, we are ready to send it to wherever we can get rid of jerky. Why are you halted? You are halted because... Oh, 3 of these is already saturating the belt. That's why. I didn't really do the math on that. No, 4, 8, 12, 16. You should be running at least some of the time. And yet this belt looks full. Yeah, I mean, every once in a while we're missing a couple. I mean, whatever. It's faster than it was, that's for sure. But I probably should readjust this so that we do, so that we actually can get... Yeah, furnaces smell 32 and belt is only 30. And that's correct. It just seemed like they were off for a longer period of time than they should have been. And I was getting some gaps in the belt, just the way the inserters were balanced. So, no longer getting gaps in the belt. These two in the center are still not going to run quite full time, but they will run, whatever, half the time. And that's good enough. Should be good enough anyway. And then these belts seem like they're hardly moving, but that's just because they're super stacked. So I probably only need like a half a belt going to each of these, realistically. Like, let's just... I think this will be fine. Yeah, this is 16 items a second, which is plenty. Sorry, 16 items in a tile, which is 60 items a second. And I guess in theory these want 64 items. Yeah, and these last two furnaces are gonna blip on and off. Ooh, is that gonna mess up my balance between the two? No, it shouldn't. Because what should happen is, like, this one will occasionally get backed up. And that'll push extra down to turn this one on. I don't know. It's probably fine. Hey, science has been running very consistently. I'm happy to see that. I'm going to go drop off... Wasn't there something else I needed to do over here? Was it just drop off the science packs in my inventory? I hope that's the only thing I had to do over here. Because if there was something else, I have forgotten it. Oh yeah, and all the jerky comes over here. All right, we'll swing by science. Drop off all of the science packs. That is looking good. All right, let's check EFC and figure out if I did, in fact, properly plan the Scrondrix upgrade. Yes, this is the PySci 3 tech. So, 4 Scrondrix pens, 1 repro complex, meat, salt bedding, Yotoi leaves. What do we have built currently? I'm assuming I don't have the Yotoi or anything like that done. Wait, we do have Yotoi leaves on these. Okay, Yotoi was already part of the thing. But in smaller quantities. It looks like we're going to need a second wood Oh, no, wait. Making Yotoi leaves. Where do the leaves come from? Up here. Yeah, we're going to need a second wood processing unit. Well, 3 of them, in fact, is what this says. We're going to need a second barreling machine for water, which is always annoying to do. What are our new inputs? It looks like Phawagy is a new input. And salt. No, Phawagy was already used for the cups. Is it just salt then? Is salt a new input? Phawagy tree seeds, meat, water barrels. Phawagy tree seeds, meat, water barrels. Okay, so Yotoi is new for the cubs, and then we also add salt and bedding. And then for the Scrondrix themselves, tree seeds, meat, leaves, and water barrels, we're adding just the salt and the bedding. Okay. I can manage that. So I need another Scrondrix pen. We only have 3 of those. I need another barreling machine. Or I just need to upgrade to a... Is there a Mark II? How many speed modules do I need? Probably just like 1. Yeah, just 1. Alright. I'll just drop a speed module in it then. Ditto here. Yeah, I'll just make this a Mark II with speed modules so I don't have to... Well, no, I have to refactor it anyway. Because I need the Yotoi leaves to also be available for the cubs now. Okay, in that case, we will do this way. So I'm going to need a 4th machine making tree seeds. So 1 automated factory, 1 Scrondrix pen, 2 wood processing units, and the appropriate modules. Am I going to remember that? Am I going to do this right? Probably not. Wow, I did it again. This is the second time that I took the things out of the chest. Usually I pick up a chest when I'm done with the requests, and like twice in a row. Prod modules, 2 of those. I need 1 speed module. I need a Scrondrix pen. I need 2 more wood processing units. And I just realized that I requested the wrong prod modules. Cool. Why are the automated factory and the Scrondrix pens not being assembled? Surely they are being requested. Oh god. Yes, okay, and they are being output. They're being output here. And yet... What? That's weird. What's happening? Why is nothing claiming those? Oh, there we go. That one finally claimed it. And then this one. What the heck? I don't like that. I don't know why that took so long. And it makes me nervous. All right, I think we're just waiting on the Scrondrix pen. So, as far as upgrading these things goes... Oh, of course, I used these stations up here for something else, because I'm awful. Because, yeah, we have 2 more inputs to this now, and I don't really have a place to put them. I can upgrade this to a deposit instead of a warehouse, and potentially get 6 inputs through, I guess. Also, apparently I did not put enough output capacity. But I guess we're not running this at full speed anyway, so it doesn't matter. Really? One niobium plate is stuck in purgatory somewhere with something charging. Oh, is that it? That was it. And then that's going to be the last thing for this one. Yeah. Okay, let's go get Scrondrix upgraded. We really only need Scrondrix upgraded so that we can upgrade Dingrits, and we really only need Dingrits upgraded to make ourselves feel better. In theory, we make enough Dingrits. But they're so slow. And it's hard to judge what's going on with science when we have so many intermediates that are buffering so slowly. So I want to scale them up so that I can see those inputs to science, like, actually accumulate, and I can figure out where our real bottlenecks are. All right, let's, speed module goes in there. This needs to change, which means disconnect our inputs. Disconnect everything. This all needs to change. Probably all of my belt routing is going to need to change. So, like... And we'll swap in a deposit. Where is it? Yeah, all of this needs to change. As expected. Okay. So now each of these is only... We're going to bring in salt. Wait, so Fawaji, we were already bringing in... Oh, right, meat is the other one. Yeah. I was like, I only see 5 items here. Where's the 6th one? But it's meat, and meat has some special logic. And then meat... Cool. Green and red hooked back up. Now we can hook up our requests again. Yeah. Why is salt such a weird number? Oh, salt only stacks to 50. Okay, that's why. That's fine. All right. Down here, we're gonna have one more of these. Oh, routing all this is gonna be awful. I am inclined to redo this whole freaking thing, which is terrible, but it's what's gonna happen. I did not design this with the next step in mind, so we are just going to have to rebuild it. Which feels bad, but... So what have we got as far as belts go? I want to try to balance... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, tree seeds is a fairly high throughput thing. Salt and bedding have to come out. I guess can come out on the same belt in just a small belt, and it can be a red inserter, and that'll work fine. And then we've got water barrels and tree seeds. So that leaves meat hooking up with Yotoi. And then the Fawaji that we still have to feed into the reproductive complex. Okay. So the Yotoi leaves need to happen then. Let's start figuring out how we want to actually lay this out. So we're gonna have the repro complex, which is gonna make Scrondrix cubs. Input wise, we've got this first belt, and actually that is a good place for me to say we should not go any further west than that, because we got to run a bunch more belts up here. All right, so this is water barrels and tree seeds, which we actually pull in quite a lot of both of those. And then water barrels and tree seeds also feed over to the pens. Oh, scene. Sorry. And these, I mean, everything is much lower quantity on these guys than on the than on this. So that is fine as far as it goes. And then salt and bedding can be, I mean, honestly, salt and bedding, we can just pull right out of here. Salt, bedding. Salt and bedding. And then what is the last belt? It's Yotoi and meat. Okay. This one is still fine to just be logs. Let me get logs actually over here. All right. And this still needs to be jerky out just in case anything decays in here. And yeah, our last belt needs to be the Yotoi leaves and meat. I can do that. How much meat do we use? About 1.5 per second. How much Yotoi goes into the Yotoi leaves? About 0.8. All right. You know what? We'll just do this. Yeah, that's fine. Meat, meat. So this will be meat and yotoi. And here, I mean, I think if I just add that and that, obviously at this end, it's going to have to be a little bit different, but actually, maybe not. Oh no, there's plenty of space. Cool. So that'll be meat and yotoi. And in theory, that's everything? Oh, I thought these should join in the center. Did I miscount? Apparently so. One of them wrong? Oh, they are joined. They're just the cables behind the... I never noticed that before, that layers on top of power cables like that. Oh, well. A bunch of, stuff decayed. That's fine. That's what a bunch of the yotoi leaves or whatever is all that was. So I am not terribly concerned about it. So that'll be yotoi leaves, and then... the last thing missing is Fawaji here, and then dealing with routing the outputs of everything. How much Fawaji do we use? 2.5 a second. All right. This is going to be one of those feed it right into the end kind of deals. Cool. We're getting somewhere. Now, output of this needs to... well, actually, let's split it. We will send just the Scrondrix cubs this way. And those feed in to each of the... oh, I almost did the thing. I almost did the thing. Pi with its tall buildings. Trying to trick me. And then everything that's not a cub comes out on this belt, and that'll be empty barrels and decay products. And that'll be combined with all of the outputs from these. And then that loops right down here, where we filter out barrels first, and then come along up here, filter out Scrondrix's second, and then ship any decay products off that way. Here we go. And then I need to deal with decay here. So that is going to be a fast inserter filtered to the decay products. Easy enough. Should solve all of our problems. Yeah, because everything that decays is on this belt. So that is fine. I guess I could make it a sushi belt and filter out the decay that way, but whatever. This works. None of this stuff is in super high volume. So I think we're going to be okay just using the inserter for it. All right, this should be good now. It is interesting that we are having trouble keeping Yotoi in stock. That might just be because of awkward belt positioning, though. I mean, I guess between meat and oh yeah, we're like 3 items a second between meat and Yotoi. We should really have 2 inserters on this. All right, now we're running consistently. Cool. Yeah, this will use, okay, 4 according to this, but we are only running this at 2/3 speed. And now the cubs should be able to catch up down to this end. Sweet. That is, I think, upgraded. I don't think there's much else to do with this. Waiting for enough cubs to make it all the way down to start the second machine. Oop, and we stopped. Why did we stop? Water barrels. Do I need more water barrels in the loop? Possibly. Yeah, it seems like we probably do need more water barrels in the loop. Alright, I'm gonna have to run up to the mall to grab those. I don't keep water barrels in my normal inventory. I probably only need, like, a stack or 2 more of them. Just enough to account for the additional Scrondrix pen, like what it has in its inventory, and the little bit of extra belt space that amounts to. Hopefully this is plenty. It wouldn't surprise me if there actually weren't enough barrels before. But I built Scrondrix so early that I don't know if it really matters. Or mattered. Like, we had time to buffer them, so if they weren't running full speed, it was probably not a major issue. Dingrits? Ooh, science just fell off a cliff. And science fell off a cliff because we ran out of Vatbrain cartridges. All right. That is, I think, working as expected. And I did expect Vatbrains to be somewhat limited. Like, I expected Vatbrain cartridges to slow us down a little bit, because we are not... I don't think we're making enough brains to run these things fully consistently, so... But we're going to get a delivery of them relatively shortly, so that's going to have to be good enough. It is good to see the science power switch is working as intended, though. Oh, this uses 4 a second, in theory. So yeah, one inserter is just not enough. Okay, I need to readjust this whole setup then. Do I have a... Of course I don't. Darn it. Oop, but not that. Actually, we can do this less stupid. If we split this here... and we say the left is... or no, the right is empty barrels. Oh, nope, still not quite. Well, yes it is. Move the inserter to this side. And just barely fits. Beautiful. And then you... This should be a smaller storage container. There's a 2x2 one. I just don't keep those in my inventory, the sheds. Yeah, and one of these with one speed module is doing 3.5 a second barrels. Yeah, and this wants to consume up to 4, and long term it's not going to consume 4. Once we do back up on the Cubs. But I'm worried we're not going to. Yeah. I might need to drop another speed module in this machine just to keep things running a little more consistently. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely spitting out more barrels now. Or at least running them a little more consistently. Is it? I'm looking at how quickly these input inserters are moving. And I'm not sure that we actually are going any faster than when we had just one, because we might be limited by the speed of this machine. Yeah, I think I want one more speed module on that. YAFC says it's not needed, and that's true, because in theory, this is only running like 2/3 speed. But in practice, if this is sucking up all the barrels, then the system's not going to work right. So I don't want to have to wait for the cubs to fully back up, like, before everything stabilizes. So I'm going to go ahead and add an extra speed module to that barreling machine. But for now, it is add break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else do the same. We will get that fixed up when we return. And, hey, it looks like science turned back on, so that's cool. I think the base is running reasonably smoothly right now. I'll see everyone in a few minutes, and we will figure out what the next thread to pull on is as far as base upgrades. Welcome back, everybody. I sat down at my computer, I dropped off these modules. So that will hopefully keep this running more stably now. Are we even going to see some barrels making it past the input to this? Yes. Yes. Excellent. Possibly tree seeds are the next bottleneck, though, because this also uses a lot of tree seeds. Yeah, and they're not going to make it past to these machines, which is exactly what I was worried about with the water barrels. That's why I wanted to make barrels faster. 5 a second is the number. And we're only making a little under 4. Yep. I mean, I could pull modules out of this. If we look in... I mean, let's find out. How many of these do we actually need? Enable custom modules. Is 2 enough? 2's not quite enough. Three. Okay. Yeah, now this only pulls, well, still 3.2 seeds a second. Still too many seeds. I mean, it should eventually self-regulate, right? The cubs will back up, and then seeds will make it past the input to these machines. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. We are officially out of seeds here. Yeah, I think we just have to wait for the cubs to back up, and then it'll self-regulate. It'll be fine. So, what is the next thing to work on? Is PySci 3 running? It's not, and it's not running because we ran out of gas bladders. Why are we out of gas bladders? Is animal processing broken again? No. Well, okay, so we have been running fan yachts, but not fast enough. Oh, okay, so we're about to send another delivery. So I guess the question is, did gas bladders decay, or did they just get used? And I can check that, can't I? If I check the past hour... Okay, so we produced 1,000 and we consumed 760. We need a longer time range than an hour, though. Ugh. And 10 hours is too much. Because you can see that we were consuming, and that falls off the end of this hour window. So, like, this is the 1,000 that we produce, and then we're about to produce another 1,000, right? This will go back up when we get the next delivery of these and come back down. So I need like a 2-hour window, which the game just doesn't give me. Yeah, 3-hour window would be pretty good. But my suspicion is that we didn't consume them all. But I don't know that for sure. But given that fan yacht production is still sometimes stalling on Bodos, yeah. It's possible that we did just run out, and it's fine. We just ran out. Bodos are running pretty consistently. We just don't have enough of them. And I talked about this earlier in the stream, as well as last week. The issue is these guys. Well, specifically this. We have one machine making this, which is as slow as I can make it. And it's just buffering. Once this finishes buffering, our demand on Bodos is going to drop significantly, and this will only run part-time. But as long as this is running full-time, it's sucking down Bodos, and it's screwing up my Fanyots. And I really can't scale Bodos anymore without nuclear becoming a problem. Uh-oh. Well, now I'm concerned. Well, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. How long has antimony been broken? Realistically, 3 hours. Whatever little blip we got was not even a full turn on to its natural capacity. Cool, what's blocking it? I mean, I guess we start at this end, right? It's, oh! I mean, this should be higher. This should immediately get some trains dispatched to it. Yeah. Wow. I'm surprised it took this long for this to break. Although maybe, looking at the production of antimony oxide, maybe these spikes are correlated with whenever it got a train that decided to take stone from here. Because, yeah, this was not on the right network to void the stone. This needed to be set to each, so that the V network would apply. Yeah, and now it's clearing out fast, which is good. And that should get the whole system running again. Yeah. This one's right. This one's set to each. That's such a weird thing to mess up. This one's also correct. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea how I messed that up so spectacularly. It's gonna take a second for all of this to really turn on. But we should be producing antimony again. Yeah, all right. And it won't take long for us to get a delivery of it. How bad is the demand for it? Bad. All right. Yeah, at least the stone is clearing out quickly. Sweet. That is looking fabulous. Yeah, and then these... Oh, wow. Yeah. We're even a little bit low on antimony pulp, which means this has been not working correctly for a long time, because this should pretty much fill up and overflow very early on in the process. Cool. Well, it's fixed. Okay, what's next? Scrondrix is done. Dingrits are running. The tech is almost there, so let's double check the Dingrit preparations in YAFC versus what I have built currently, and what it's going to take to get this upgraded to the higher throughput. 7 Dingrit packs. Okay, I think I only have like 4 of them right now. Maybe 5. They go off the edge of the map. I never added another radar down here. You know what? Where am I? I'm close enough that I can just go add that radar. Let's do that. Whoop. The bots also discovered some stuff they can do. Honestly, that one was far enough south I almost didn't need it, but we'll hook them both up just so we have them both in place. This one goes right here. Make sure that enough of this is built, that we have power. I don't need to build this whole chunk of rail right now. I just need to make sure the radar's hooked up. Okay. So yes, we currently have 5 of these. We are going to upgrade to 6.5 of them. It looks like I'm sticking to the same Dingrit pup recipe. So I just need a new belt that has Yadles and Yotoi leaves on it. Do I need to upgrade Yadles too? Did we talk about this? I mean, surely yes, if this is going to take 0.5 of them. Alright, let's look into this then. What all uses Yadles? Dingrits, Arcods, Flavonoids. 0.8 plus 0.2 is 1. Yeah, we need 1.5 of these. We're making 0.6. We're making... like 40% of what we need? But we're also still on recipe 1, which is silly. So we just got the Dingrit tech, but we might be distracting ourselves. There is a new Yadel tech. Did we do this first? Yadel 3. I mean, if we're going to upgrade to Yadel 2, we may as well upgrade to Yadel 3 almost certainly, right? Let's look at the recipes, but... So Yadel 2 adds special fungal substrate. And then Yadel 3 on top of that adds nitrogen, urea... Oh, wait, and alien bacteria barrels. We might not be doing that one. Wait, no. This one is Yadel 3. Adds nitrogen and urea. Okay. So yeah, we can make significantly more of these guys, although we are going to use a lot more spores. I mean, maybe we don't need to go all the way up to tier 3 then. Maybe we skip the nitrogen and urea and just use this recipe? Because that's still basically 13 machines, which is what we have right now. Okay. Yeah, we just need to ship in special fungal substrate, which I'm probably not making. Yeah, we don't make that at all. How much do we need? 0.5 per second. All right. I mean, we're going to double prod this, and then we're going to scale it to whatever it ends up being. 1 a second, so 1.2 a second? Is that? Yeah, okay. There's nothing crazy here. Incubated petri dishes are always an on-site thing. Oh, and it's 1-to-1 with the microorganism mine. They're ratioed for once in my goddamn life. Everything else here is pretty standard. I think we already make the improved. Yeah. Which I should really add prod modules to, shouldn't I? Just like straight up that. We get an extra 0.2 a second for free, so... And none of the rest of the inputs change. So we will do that, for sure. And then we will build the special. Everything here is pretty... normal. Okay. And that means that I do not have to research this Yadel's tech right now. We can switch back to what we were doing, because we're going to use Yadel's too. And then also grabbing the upgraded factory and modules for improved. Because that is an easy change. All right. Let's head up to the mall to grab that stuff. Where are Yadels right now? Oh, way over here. All right. So yeah, we'll just, we need to add, did we just add the improved fungal substrate to the Yadels, and that's pretty much it? Think so. 4, 5 ingredients. And it's going to be 6 afterwards. So yes, we just have to bring in the special fungal substrate. I love easy. All right, and that does mean we don't need to do this Yadel's tech right now. So we can keep pushing through the nuclear stuff. Do Bodos need... I don't think so. I mean, the Mark II Bodos modules are probably also worth it, right? Because they increase speed without increasing power consumption? Let me see what that looks like. So, yeah, 12 machines running at 0.32 fuel rods a second. If we say Mark II modules, yeah, our fuel consumption goes down heaps. Okay. So yes, it's very worth it to get the Bodos Mark IIs. So we are going to want to figure out Bodos Mark II breeding and get a module breeder set up for these guys. Very worth it. Ultimately, if we check our overall demand for these, 0.1, 0.42, 1.42 is the number to reach. But yeah, we're going to use Tech 2. Special fungal substrate, ash, and manure. All right, we're making plenty of the special fungal substrate, right? We're going to make this at like 1 a second? Yeah. And the Yadels only need 0.55. The Bodos, yeah, we'll be fine. We're going to want to make like 1.5 of these. But with Mark II modules, yeah, oh, look at that. We can have this back down to 4 Bodos cultures. Making almost exactly 1.6. And we just have to bring in manure, ash, and the special fungal substrate. That is awesome. But that does mean we also need to set up a Bodo 2 breeder. All right, Phase 2 Bodo's breeding program. Right, we want to start with spore mutation and then upgrade to spore harvesting. And obviously this runs at like... Sure. Because we're just going to set up one of these machines. I don't really care about the ratios. We have to have fuel rod Mark IIs to breed the Bodos Mark IIs. Lovely. All right. That's cool. That's not awful at all. I'm not upset about this. Also, this is a ton of improved fungal substrate, by the way. This is like all of my improved fungal substrate. So I might even have to expand this, like double this up. Which is fine. This is really easy to scale up. I didn't build it in a way that is conducive to scaling up, but that is a different problem. And then, yeah, we're going to need like 0.16 fuel rod Mark IIs if we want this to run at full speed. Although, I guess 0.13 consistently, right? We'll turn off this Bodo's Culture Mark II thing once we start getting Bodo Mark IIs coming through. And they are actually going to be running at like half this speed. Yeah, something like that. But we also need to have one of these set up with the right inputs, which only runs when it absolutely has to. Okay, so we need very few Fuel Rod Mark IIs to start with. So really like 0.08. All right. Well, let's see what that looks like. Right. These need a little bit of boron, which we're making. I think I make extra of. I hope I make extra of. We need coated containers, which we can prod. Those start as lead containers and need an advanced coating, which is just so much nonsense. Oh, all right. Can we prod this at least? We can prod it at least. And we're going to be running this. I mean, obviously this will be capable of running so much faster, but is advanced coating is used in other things, including cooling systems. That's part of, okay, so advanced coating actually needs to be its own page. That's going to be its own station. I think ditto the americium. I mean, do we do this as part of our... I think we do. We do it as part of our nuclear... our overall nuclear build, and we add americium 243 at 0.32 a second. And then we let this, rebalance the neutron capture options and tell me that I need even more frickin' neutron absorbers. And potentially more centrifuges coming in. Yeah, we're going to use up about 50% more fuel. Awesome. And this remains to be the case specifically because I don't let plutonium-241 spoil. If I was willing to let plutonium-241 spoil... oh, our consumption goes down a lot. But the problem is I have 0.3 americium-241 that I can't do anything with until nuclear power stage 2. And like, how many hours away is that? If that's 100 hours away, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, 0.3. We're talking 108,000 items. They stack to 100. Maybe it is just a couple deposits. Maybe it's worth it. And then we have no neutron capture anymore of anything. We just let all of our excess decay, which feels really wasteful. It also takes forever for plutonium-241 to spoil. So that's, yeah, we need 10.3 million slots to potentially buffer plutonium-241 in over the course of its spoiling, which is hilarious. So we might not even get any. We might basically just be filling up plutonium-241. But if we... It's interesting that it never... Well, I guess 242 is one we have a use for, and 239 is one we have a use for. It's mostly the 240 that ends up spoiling. But we end up using 3 times as much uranium fuel in this process as we would if we just let everything decay. And, like, I still have to have a field of chests anyway to manage the decay of the other isotopes that still decay. It's fewer than... Well, is it? These are, what, 160 slots? Times 100? So... 16,000 items in each of these. And... the 241 decays after, 10,000 hours. So really, we're just buffering 241 forever. However many hundreds of thousands of plutonium-241 we need to buffer. But it would get rid of a ton that we spend on neutron capture. And we still would need 200,000 slots for 240 spoiling and 300,000 slots for 239 spoiling. And a whole 30 slots for 238 spoiling, which is funny. I don't love these options. I don't love either option. It's a mess either way. And if I wanted more americium, does this get better or worse? Like, if I went up to, like, 1 a second... Yeah, okay, the spoiling problem gets very bad very quickly for some of these isotopes. We're into millions of slots for 239, half a million for 240. If we get rid of the 241 spoiling... we end up with a little bit of neutron capture that it's running in a lot of machines. Jeez. Okay. Well... I think this is what we're going to want to do I think what I'm going to end up needing to do is refactor the way I'm storing all the isotopes. If I want to get rid of neutron capture entirely, then I basically need like an array like this for every single isotope. And then I can pull it out the top, right? And ship it off to wherever we allow it to, you know, be shipped out. So bring it down to where the 239 goes out, bring it down to where the 238 gets used for nuclear samples. Weirdly, we're out of 238. Let those guys run. Because, like, really, the thing that's happening here is these are even only correct at peak consumption, right? Because that's what we've got everything built for. So I'd need to be able to design this so that I can more easily, like, decide which isotopes I have too much of and try to balance on the fly. And that just sounds like such a pain in the butt. And we would use a lot less uranium in if we just gave up on neutron capture. And YAFC acknowledges that, right? It's like it's better to just waste the stuff. It's just a matter of space. It's just a matter of having the space to do it. But I'm already wasting a ton of space on this field of neutron. Like, look at this. This is stupid. Now, the broader question is, like, how much space do I need to dedicate to letting these things buffer and decay? And I guess YAFC sort of tells me that, right? It says, okay, 30 spots for 238. Sure, it basically doesn't. 239, 300,000 slots. And each building is about, what did I say? 16,000? It's 160 times 100. So yeah, 16,000. So that's nearly 20 depots for 239. Same for, well, 240 is a fraction of that. 241, 242. I mean, if I make like 20 depots for each one and just like run them up the... have 5 columns, 20 depots each, and then they all pull out to wherever they get consumed. What am I doing with uranium decay right now? Okay, I'm pulling out anything that's not the isotope, and we send that over to here, where we allow it to decay. I'm not unifying that with the decay from this separation, am I? Like, we're not feeding that back in. We could be. We feed the 235 back in from here. Yeah, I should be better about that. We should feed in the 238, although I think 238 will just end up bypassing this for the most part and going off to be decayed here. Oh no, that goes up to here. Interesting. Yeah, so this will be... Oh, interesting. So this would be U-238 out for anything that I might need U-238 for. And then when that decays, I actually unify it back up to here. That's interesting. And then here we've just got, yeah, uranium oxides that are slowly decaying. All right. I have come to no conclusions, obviously, but is my math really right that I need 20 buildings for letting this decay at full speed? Oof. And, like, obviously for the things that we output, the nuclear samples, the 239 and the americium 243, like, if all of those are full, then we can turn off plutonium processing, right? We don't have to, But yeah, until we get prod, because at prod we can start to do neutron stuff. At nuclear power, okay, we also do have plutonium dioxide. I didn't decide if that was useful or not. I think I kind of decided it wasn't. If we go back to nuclear power, like, the plutonium dioxide is used in a MOX reactor and spits out the spent MOX fuel and neutrons. All we can do with neutrons is waste them. And then the spent MOX reactor fuel can... Ultimately, it comes down to this, which has all of its own ratios of isotopes. And, like, we can see... If we're willing to turn plutonium to... Which one makes the MOX fuel? 239. Let's just see what it does. Very good for Pu-238, not good for yeah. I just want to see if it helps balance out anything. Like, if we say we can make plutonium dioxide and then turn that into spent MOX fuel, and then go through the process. Okay. This pulls in. It actually prefers not to use uranium at all. With our current requested isotope balance, it thinks we should do it all through MOX. I don't know if that's an artifact of... Yeah, the decay is awful. It's all the 242 that gets to decay now. But look at that. It says if you just let all the 242 decay to 238... then it practically pays for itself. So this is effectively our inputs become... I mean, molten salt, which we're not... The molten salt loops, so that's fine. If we say we're making pressurized steam... 3,000. We can't even use 5,000 degree salt, but do it. Oh, nope, it rebalanced itself. Why did it rebalance itself when all I did was add a consumer for the salt? Weird. Okay, so now it does think that we should bring in a little bit. 0.12 a second. And what was it without all this? Like 0.16? So it does save like 25% of the fuel. STD. Thank you so much for the follow. This is a lot to build. Yeah, FCs can get weird when it has... Oh, yeah, I know. This is not necessarily the cheapest solve, but it should be trying to minimize the input ingredients, right? Or... I guess it tries to minimize what it thinks the input cost is based on its cost calculation function, which might or might not be correct. How much power does this generate? That's really the question. Oh, nope. Now it thinks we shouldn't do this. Yafsy. Yeah, if I don't consume the steam, it's fine. As soon as I want to use the steam, it suddenly thinks it's not worth it anymore. Alright, I don't know. Maybe once I add power, it realizes that we're spending more in electricity than we get back in steam, and that this whole process is pointless. But when the steam is a product of its own, it thinks we're getting something useful out of it. Anyway, it's probably not worth it, is the conclusion that I'm coming to. Certainly not for such small savings. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much else in here. Like, we're going to have to make the fuel rod Mark IIs for Bodo's Mark II. But other than that, a lot of these reprocessing steps dead end at things that need higher tech for us to process. And if this was not hard mode, we could void them, but it's hard mode, so we can't void them. And, I mean, that's it. That's pretty much where we get stuck. So I think as far as getting Bodo's Mark II going, I think I do want to stop doing neutron capture. We're going to accept that we need like 20 depots for... I'm just going to make like 20 depots for every isotope. Some of the isotopes will not spoil. They'll just flow right through. But that way, as my demand changes and fluctuates, we will be able to sort of buffer all the individual isotopes and not worry about it too much. And then as they do decay, we'll just get rid of them. And then we'll need to add some gating to this, some logic, so that when our desired isotopes are well buffered at the train stations, we stop running it. And that's a different thing to figure out. All right. Wait, 8 particle accelerator. Whoa! How many particle accelerators are we running right now? 5. That's funny. So we're using 50% more particle accelerators, but we're going to use like half as much uranium fuel input. And it's because we're actually converting all of the plutonium peroxide to plutonium oxide in this configuration. Whereas previously, a lot of that plutonium peroxide was going to neutron capture. But if I'm getting rid of neutron capture, and I'm just letting things we don't use decay, then I don't think we need to worry about that. Cool. And then centrifuges. We should have fewer centrifuges that we need now, but I'll just leave the extra ones in place. Yeah. We only need 2 for the first stage and 4 for the second stage. And we're at 3 and 6. So that's a little over spec. That'll be fine. We're going to need a couple more particle accelerators here, plus the one to make the americium. Ooh, can I do anything with helium? We need helium for some upcoming stuff? Okay. That's terrifying, that we need helium. Can we get it from liquid pure air distillation? All right, we're going to have to look into that. All right, but we will have uses for the helium, so it's fine to have that as a byproduct. Obviously, uranium-238 just goes out to wherever we use U-238. Same with all of these. All of these isotopes I should try to route someplace useful before we dump them. Certainly at least any 235 that we get, we want to send back and prioritize that as the input to our fuel cells. Out of curiosity, if I get rid of U-235 spoiling, and I say make fuel cells, but we're not linked. What are you doing? Something requires overproduction. Oh, okay, so we do still need to allow spoiling. Wait. What? No, this can't balance. Okay. It can balance. Wait, what? This can fuel itself? But it chooses not to. Like, if I unlink this, it's like, nah, not worth it. Interesting. Okay, if we get rid of the U, that's what I wanted to see. So yeah, we need more U-238 in the loop than we produce, so we would still have to get that from uranium processing. But if we did want this to fuel itself, and add all the spoiling recipes back in, assumes reactor formation from preferences. Oh, geez. I didn't even... Reactor layout is a 1x1. Done. It doesn't matter. We use such little of the reactor's capability here. We're not using it for power or heat. Okay, so this could power itself instead of relying on... That's funny. We just make that much plutonium-239 that we can let it decay. What do we bring in? I mean, obviously, peroxide, phosphoric acid, antimony oxide. If we weren't going to make fuel cell... Ooh, I just did something wrong. Power for the extra... Yeah, that's probably the real trade-off is in power. Because, like, the inputs are all pretty reasonable. But I imagine as soon as we... As soon as we want to hook it up... 11.1 gigawatts and we're at 20 hydrogen peroxide. Without it, 9.1 gig. So yeah, we use about 20% more hydrogen peroxide and phosphoric acid and a bunch of the other stuff. About a quarter more of that and a couple of gigawatts of power. All right, it's not worth messing with. I think all we really want to do is set up the particle accelerator for americium and get rid of all the neutron capture. That is the refactoring we want to do, but we don't do that until we have nuclear power because we can't actually make the americium yet. All right, rewinding a lot. I think the next thing to work on is the Yadels rebuild, and then once we actually have the nuclear techs, we can start looking into doing that stuff. But all of that will be after the ad break. I'm going to step away and get some water while the ads run. I recommend you all do the same. Stretch your legs, hydrate, and I will see everyone in just a couple minutes. And we are back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Okay. Let's first things first figure out. Oh, I already did the thing for this, didn't I? For upgrading improved fungal substrate and for building special fungal substrate. And then the Yadel's upgrade itself. Well, do I need more spore collectors? I didn't double check that. Sorry, let's double check that. I think the answer is yes. Yeah, there's only 4 here, and we need 11. So let me add some spore collectors to our requests. Mark 1s? Oh, that's 11 Mark 2s. Ouch. Wait. Are the ones on site already Mark 2s? They are, so I only need 7 Mark 2s. Okay. While we are waiting for the bots to do that, I will head over to the crash site, and I have a new follower to get on the Wall of Fame before I forget, because I was deep in spreadsheet land. Then we'll get Yadel's upgraded, and that should be all we need for Dingrits, is just the Yadel upgrade. I think after that, the Dingrit rebuild will be easy enough. And as we kind of move through... Advanced coding looked like it was used in a bunch of stuff, so I think this is going to be its own build. Coated containers will be their own build. I might have to scale up lead containers, which I'm not thrilled about. But I think we can probably handle it at this point. As always, there's no underscores in this, in the text plates mod. But thank you again for the follow, STD. And if there's anyone whose name is not on that list because I was playing a different game, or I was offline when you followed, or if I just missed the notification, always feel free to let me know. I'm happy to add folks to the wall who want to be on it. All right, we got everything we need here. Let us start with the fungal substrate. Yeah. So this is a quick upgrade. This is just replacing that with that. I mean, should I do the same thing here? This also takes prod modules. The answer is yes, I should. All right, which means that I do need to request one more Because that one was meant for something else. We need another factory, and we need 2 more prod modules. And let me also make sure that I note in YAFC that I did that. Grab this machine. Oop, as soon as it's ready. It's not ready yet. Very nearly ready. Cool. Yep. That is going to be built in just a second. And then I have to figure out where I want to build that fungal substrate, the special fungal substrate. A lot of its inputs, well, the improved fungal substrate is up here, but the Yadles are down here, and a lot of its inputs are like stuff that's from the older part of the base. So it's kind of tempting to try to find a spot over here. Like, we have some train station openings here. Maybe I just do it here. Although it does need a lot of train capacity. There's 7 solid inputs, a fluid input. And an output. So that's like 4 stations. We really only have space. No, we have space for 4 stations here. We have lots of space. Yeah. This has 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can make that happen. That's not bad at all. All right, let's do that then. How are the bots doing with this? We're getting there. Few hundred more on the way. Pretty much any time I build rails, this is my life. Just waiting for the bots to restock my asphalt. Yeah, let's go over there. I don't know what used to be in that spot. It looks like something was there and I tore it up, but it is a prime spot for this. Well, I guess the other option would be to do it, like, right over here where we've been doing stuff, because that's relatively close to the improved substrate. You know what? Let's do it on this side of the world. I'll save that for something else. At some point, I will, like, upgrade a build that's on that side of the world, and I'll really need something. But... like, yes, the Yadles are now going to be shipping special fungal substrate from halfway around the universe, but they only use half of one per second. So it's just not worth messing around with, I don't think. All right. Let's, the thing to think about here, though, is that I really only have space for shorter stations right here. So I think we got to expand east a little further so that I have space for a full height station. And I might also need to add a radar around here. We will see how all this looks once we've got it all built up. This is going to be a really small build. I want to build this so that I can expand it, because I will eventually need to. I did not build the other fungal substrate thing to be expandable, and I know that I'm going to regret that as soon as I have to go in there and redo it. And, like, I don't think any of the inputs to this decay. They don't. So, yeah, it's just not worth messing with. So... Drop off 2, and a single fluid, which is phytoplankton. All right. Input the first. We need... Ooh, one of these needs to have ash coming into it, which always stinks. All right. Yeah, one of these I'm going to make high throughput because it has ash. Ash always just ruins my life. So we're going to have ash in this one. We're going to have biomass. What else do I need in here? Raw fiber and tufras, sure. And potatoes. Done. And then here we will bring in the rest of them, which is bones, improved fungal substrate, and dishes. Sweet. All of these things are used in very small quantities, so that is good. Bones. And improved fungal substrate. And then down here, we will do ash, biomass, tufras, and raw fiber. All right. Now, let's see. We'll bring this over and down, and over a little further, actually. Cool. Automated factory next to a microorganism mine. Prod modules. We're going to make whatever substrate this is, special substrate. So one, two, debris. And then dish goes over. Decayed dishes go out. On this side, everything goes out. So that's our output. And then anything that is a dish will just split off and feed back into this machine. Sorry, that needs to be up here. We have an input here for the dishes. I think that's right. Obviously, we're still waiting for some things to be delivered, but and then output comes up, and we split here for... Yeah, that was too much to hope for. Dishes. And then the rest of this will come up along here. And I guess we're doing our output up top, because that's where this belt kind of naturally fell. So that's what I'm going to do. Now all I have to do is hook up the fluid input. Oh, well, I need to fix this. That is a slow ash station. That's no good. But also, it looks like we might not be getting biomass delivered, and that worries me that I have not solved my biomass problems. Doesn't surprise me, but it worries me. I mean, there's definitely some deficit of biomass around the base. This does nothing. This whole old build is left over from God knows when. I could rebuild this, though. I could grab these compost plants and use them someplace more useful and turn something else into biomass. This isn't going to need tons of biomass to run. I'm just worried that it's not going to work right at all. I mean, what are my options? Surely there's a million things I can compost. Yeah, I mean, phytomining generates a bunch of biomass as a byproduct, but I wonder if we would end up using more biomass on the fertilizer for those processes. And then composting. Compost all the things, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a million things we can compost. All right, that's not worth going through. There's too much stuff. How are these guys running? These guys are running great, actually. They are making a lot of biocrud. We're decaying quite a bit of the Yotoi, but whatever. Alright, well, okay, we got biomass while I was hemming and hawing about it, so it's not, like, totally screwed up, but it is not as much as I would like. Alright, and that's what this will look like when we scale it up. And is this managing to keep up on all the inserters? It seems like almost not. I might need one more inserter off the middle belt. Maybe not, though. Maybe it is accumulating a little more each time. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it is just barely enough, but this inserter is enough. Okay. Cool. That is special fungal substrate. Yay. Now we can go all the way to the opposite corner of the map and upgrade Yadles to use that special fungal substrate. And I do mean the opposite corner of the map. We are here. We need to be here. So I think going south is going to be the best way. And then take the first left here. Go north over Red Chips. Yeah. Antimonium silicate. Used in salt solution and triethoxysilane. Salt solution, I assume, is a... this is lithium stuff. Yeah. But, like, whatever lithium is used for in nuclear, we're just not doing that part of the process. At least I didn't see it when I was looking at Fuel Rod Mark IIs, so... Alright, all of these guys get recipe 2. Did I not? Cool. Spore collection, this is not going to be enough, so we're going to move where we're doing this. And how many inputs are we bringing in here? Only 3, which means we can bring in the special substrate. I just have to make space for it, and I mean, we're going to have to do like this. Special fungal substrate. How much of that do we consume? 0.55 a second. Oh, but we're going to end up using like 3 fertilizer a second, so we do need to upgrade that inserter. Yeah, we're already making fungal substrate on site. That's all good. So I think... I don't have a pocket train. I don't have a pocket train because I have the quick start power armor legs, right? And I am faster than the trains. Although sometimes it would be nice to like you know, just hop on a train and go to where I need to go and like be on the way while I am doing things in YAFC or whatever. I could do that. Even if I only ever used it to, like, send myself back to the mall while I'm looking at things in YAFC. Alright. And then we need 11 spore collectors. Let's make sure that I scaled this right. 14 of these, right? Yes. So we need 11 spore collectors. That's a lot of spore collectors. Each of these makes 0.2 a second. Yeah. And grab power with them. That should work. Because, yeah, it's only 1 spore a second. It is not a lot. Alright. I think that's pretty much it. Other than, I mean, waiting for the substrate, which isn't going to be too long. What else is unlabeled? What's this? Ammonium chloride. And I saw some stuff that looked unlabeled. Here? No. Over here. Like this. That brain mark 2s. What's going on here? This is energy drink. I somehow pasted something in the wrong spot. There we go. And vat brain cartridge here needs to be renamed to Mark 1. Not that I would ever be confused about that. I think everything else is labeled. At least those are the only things that I've... Oh, nope. Something here is unlabeled. What are you? Tributyl phosphate. And I will put the abbreviation in there because I will inevitably search for it. Also, we're missing something. Why are we disabled? Ah, we have a... Oh, no, we're not missing anything. We are just saturated on the TBP, so we stopped making it. Okay, that's fine. Is this something? Oh, yes, there is something different here as well. Crucilic acid. I really should do a better job of keeping up on this as I go, so I don't have to keep stopping and catching up on labeling things. I get excited, and then I forget. Oh, I never made, interesting. I never labeled this. Of all the things to never label. And something here is not labeled. This looks like void guts to hydrogen chloride and void guts to acetic acid are both here. Cool. Yeah, everything else seems correctly labeled. Nothing's jumping out at me as being unlabeled, at least. All right, did I kill enough time? How close are we to a delivery of the substrate? Not that close. I did not kill enough time. Pardon me. All right, what's next? I guess we would want to start working on the advanced coding and the coded containers. That's going to be the... Do we need coded containers? Oh, we use these for a bunch of stuff. Okay, so these also need to be a standalone build. Cool. I love it when I have a million standalone builds. So, coded container. Wrong icon. Not the recipe, the item. Not that it matters, but occasionally the recipe and the item end up with different icons, so it's nice to make sure that I am doing the right thing. So we're going to run these at, like, what? There we go. 0.24 a second. This is going to pull in lead containers, which... Do I have them in fuel rods? Of course I have them in fuel rods. Why wouldn't I make them separately when they're a separate build? They are a separate build, right? I'm not losing my mind? Yeah, they are a totally separate build. Okay, let's fix that. We are going to have to scale up lead containers a little bit, unfortunately. What is... Oh, I was confusing myself. Recipe versus product again. And how many lead containers do we make? 0.8, although slightly more than that. Because they are prodded. So it's 5 machines, 1/7th. Oh, that's an awful number. .857. All right. And we are going to need more than that, because we're going to need, like, yeah, another 50% more for coated containers. So we can do, like, 1.2. 7 machines, so that's actually enough. Okay. So we will need to do that. We'll need to scale this one up. And then... fuel rods, I'm not going to worry about. The other input to coated containers is advanced coating, and this does have to be standalone as well. Prod it, and what? 0.12 is 1 machine's worth. Oh, but we need at least 0.2. Okay. So 0.24, 2 machines worth. That's fine. Niobium pipes we will do on site, I think. We cannot prod those. 1 chitosan a second is a lot of chitosan. How much am I making right now? 1 a second. How much am I consuming right now? 1/4 a second. Okay. So, like... really the only limiting factor with chitosan, potentially chitin, but realistically mutant enzymes. And once we upgrade dingrits, then we won't have a problem with mutant enzymes anymore. So we can scale this up a little bit when we need to. I'm not going to worry about it for now. This is plenty. This is more of coated containers than we actually need. By like 10x. But it's the minimum build, right? And then fuel rods, again, it'll be the minimum build. Which... yeah, 1 a second is, or... yeah, well, we'll do an automated factory Mark 1 and do it at 1 a second. Since we cannot prod it. And now this is like 1/4 of a coated container a second, which is pretty much what we were going to end up making anyway. Funny how that works out. Okay. What is our order of operations here? I need to figure out what's going on in my in my life. We don't need this anymore, this anymore, this anymore, this anymore. Scrondrix are done. Yadles are done. Dingrits are the next thing to upgrade. And then we should be able to build advanced coating and then coated containers. Lead containers need an upgrade. Nuclear samples happen at the same time as fuel rod Mark IIs. Because that's the americium. Am I going to say I want you to make 4 americium a second? I feel like if I say that, we're going to have a bad time. Although I wonder if it makes sense to pivot, like, Bodos from fuel rod Mark 1s to fuel rod Mark 2s. And similarly, the Bodos, well, definitely the Mark IIs we should run on Fuel Rod Mark II. And the reason for that is that it's hard to feed in, like, one of them as the fuel and one of them as the ingredient. And if we ever run low on the Mark 1s, it'll end up putting the Mark 2s in as fuel, and I'd rather just ship one thing in and call it. But, like, if we're potentially making one fuel rod a second here, we could flip everything that doesn't require Mark 1s over to Mark 2s. But, like, what happens when I say to this, hey, make me 4 Americium a second? Yeah, okay, that's stupid. Yeah, they really are. The amount of Americium I need to run this is insane. It is so much Americium that everything else is basically a byproduct of making fuel rods. Yep. Yeah, the advanced coating is... Alright, I think we're just going to do the Mark IIs in here, and everything else can stick to the Mark 1s for now. The advanced coating doesn't seem that expensive. Like, okay, yeah, 2 diamonds a second is a pain in the butt. I'm like, all of this is stuff I've done before. It's not a big deal. But it is kind of expensive. Yeah, so I think it's just going to be the Bodos Mark IIs, because these need Mark IIs anyway. We only need 0.11 a second. And, that is like a 1/10 of this. So maybe we'll say that we're really at like 0.5 a second. Americium. Yeah. And we're going to have to figure something out to start using the helium relatively soon. It's going to either be lithium niobate or erbium that's going to demand it, I guess. I'll need to see what those are used for and which one makes sense to try to unlock the tech for and start running the process. Because if we start backing up on helium, we're going to be sad. Is 0.8 a second, 239 correct for our Mark 1 fuel rods? Let me just make sure that I've got all this configured right. Yes, 0.8 a second for these machines. Beautiful. And then for the Mark IIs, it's... Well, we will run this at, like, 1/8 of its capacity. Yeah. And that's going to be our limiting factor. The Americium. Usually I don't like to do this. I like to, like, make sure that the build is going to run consistently, because what happens is I'll set up these builds and I'll look at them in YAFC and I'll be like, oh, that only uses half of one of those per second. That's no big deal. But it turns out I'm running the machine like 1% of the time, and then it gets the super spiky demand and it blows up the whole base. So if we can manage to not do things like this, I prefer not to. But until we have better options for nuclear processing, I don't think I have a choice. Okay. And then these will just run, whatever. Yeah, it's going to suck down a lot of my Kitasan for a while, and I'm going to be sad, but so be it. Again, once we get Dingrits upgraded, it will not be a problem anymore. So yeah, Dingrits, we have the tech for the upgrade. Lead containers, obviously we can scale up at any time. The advanced coating, I think we have the tech for. Yeah, we have the coated container tech. So we can get these builds done. These ones are waiting on the nuclear power tech, and then these two are waiting on Bodos. Cool. Let me save that before it crashes on me. Although it has not crashed in a while. I think whatever weird bug it was having has been resolved. I always suspected it was a graphics driver bug, not a YAFC bug, so... 3/4 of the way done. Alright, it's gonna take a little while longer. Let's, yeah, we'll leave those. Let me add, you know what? No, I will add one to the top. All right, Dingrits, coated containers, fuel rods, then Bodos. And then beyond that, I don't really have a plan. Now that we are all the way through lithium processing, it seems like pushing towards circuits might be the way to go. But also the thing I need to be looking at is a helium consumer. So figuring out where we need helium. Yeah, here we go. Erbium processing into, ooh, machine components. Because I saw that erbium needed helium. Yeah. Helium to lithium niobate. What is lithium niobate used for, though? Here we go. Ah, it is in something here. Yeah, lithium niobate nanoparticles, which are used for dielectric layers, which are used for various other things. Nanostructured material, okay. And that's going to be our next... I'm assuming nanostructured material is going to be used in, like, every single building moving forward. Yes. Yeah. Nanostructured material is the new self-assembly monolayer material. All right, so yeah, that'll be fine, and it's fine if the helium backs up. Like, we only really need fuel rod Mark IIs for the Bodos Mark II module breeder, right? So we can get ourselves the most efficient Bodos possible. But like, until then, if the Bodos breeder shuts down, like, the regular Bodos build can still run on the Mark I modules until we have the Mark IIs available. So this is a nice to have. But yeah, we're gonna have to start looking at the prereqs for machine components and all of that stuff. I lost it. Yeah. Lithium niobate, which feeds into battery 3. Yeah, bio batteries. And all that ends up in all the new machine components, right? There's so much stuff in this. Yep. Late game, you actually use the void recipe for helium that consumes filtration media. Wow. I think I've managed to avoid using filtration media to void things. Almost entirely, if not completely entirely. All right, there is a lot that I need to figure out and set up, obviously, on the way down to Machine Components 3, including circuits. Circuits are on the way, so... Fusion 1 power produces helium. Ah, yeah. I haven't even looked at fusion. Fused deuterium and tritium. Yep, generates a bunch of helium. Who'da thunk? Deuterium from heavy water from enriched water. Yeah, okay. That is a recipe for sure. Really? Do I not have a hydrogen sulfide recipe, or is this a new hydrogen sulfide recipe? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't used hydrogen sulfide yet. I just think of it as such a, like, basic chemical. I'm like, surely we've used hydrogen sulfide. Anyway, my brain is mush. I'm just kind of flipping around between stuff. So I think I'm going to call it here for today. On Thursday, when we come back, we will pick up where we left off. We'll do the Dingrit upgrade. Now that we have the Scrondrixes done, the Dingrits should upgrade cleanly. And then that'll prep us for some of this future Kitasan demand that we're going to have. We're going to have to scale them further. That's fine. I'm trying not to plan too far ahead. And then beyond that is, yeah, Bodos. And then we either can start going down these chains and prepping ourselves for machine components, or we probably actually want to start on the right and work on Mark III electronics first. I suspect this is where we want to be first. And that's going to almost certainly involve upscaling some of our existing tech, you know, adding a little more capacity to our capacitor build. Ha! I'm so funny. But yeah, we're going to have to scale all that up a little bit for the next circuit build, and then we'll probably do something similar to what I did here, where I just, like, make a little city block where we make all the prerequisites for the circuits, and then make them at the end. And that'll be fine. I don't know where that's going to be. We'll find a spot for it. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there is, as always, a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll be back tomorrow, Wednesday, with more shapes. We missed it last week because I had a migraine and I had to cancel my stream. And then more pie on Thursday. And I'll see everybody soon.